didn't realize. Sorry, I didn't realize my. Microphone. It doesn't see it. Oh no, you can't. You can't see it. Can you see it? Can you hear me? You should be able to hear me, right? Yeah, it's called New Dawn, Mac Warrior. I need to play this game. I haven't played it. Alright, yeah, I wanted to add a frame. I think that looks good. It looks like his sort of mouth is closing and stuff. in as well? Nice. You were locked in? No, I was, but I think my mic was not working. I'm not 100% sure. Now I'm not. Now that looking back on it, I'm not really sure. I think I also figured out how to fix the issue with like all the animations breaking anytime. My kind of got Wacom quality. What about now? Is it better now? Is it better right now? It was. Is it? Let me know if it sounds better now. Sounds better? Okay. Yeah, it's microphones. I have like 40 microphones plugged in. That's the other issue. Is I have like sometimes it plays the microphones, the wrong microphones. That's why. Sometimes my microphone's just laying on the table. Sound check guy approved. Nice. I love this music I found though. I like the vibe. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I figured out, I think, the issue I was having with the all the animations changing. Let me just copy this. Is I literally just needed to change this deterministic option on, and it seems like it's no longer doing it. I literally have no idea what it means. I was just poking around after the stream, just trying to figure out what was going on, and it seems like that stopped it from happening. The program still has like glitches here and there. Like the very first frame before you start playing the first frame, the object will be flipped the wrong way, but then it plays correctly. So it seems like whatever this is, the deterministic option, it fixed. Yeah. This means that if the total amount of blending is 0, 0, the result is equal to reset animation. If true, the blending uses deterministic algorithm. The total weight is not normalized and the result is accumulated with an individual value 0 or a reset. So we'll see if I end up having to change that, because if this has to be off for the code to work, then I'm gonna have to fix everything. But we'll see. I forgot what I was working on. Oh yeah, I gotta flip this guy. think this is a glitch. I think I have to fix this, but I'm not. I gotta. Move that over. I think that's a bug, I'm pretty sure. It's not supposed to turn into a different object. I gotta kill some slimes. Alright, I'm gonna move that over to the other screen. Alright, I think we're like getting pretty close to being done with the bee animations. Actually, this is good. I'd still like to spend more time, ideally, and like kind of tighten things up. But actually, this bead rule kind of is non-exact. Probably somehow, someway. I think it is dripping. We just can't see it. So if it's not harming anything, I don't want to mess with it. Up left. Can't see it here either, but it exists. And then we go fly down right. The issue here is the first frame. The first frame is kind of having issues. And then fly down left. Should have the same. I need the first frame here. Just stop that. Down state left. Save everything really quick. And animation remove. Down state right copy duplicate. Down state left. If I do B root rotate, if I do add track B root, and I do rotate.
animation. I feel like that would save a lot of time instead of having to re-rotate everything else. That way I can just do this. Save that real quick. Alright, pretty happy with that. Pretty happy it's not crashing or anything. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. In 1 second. Yeah, looks like we're back. Alright, my computer crashed, that's what happened.
Ability to be sorted.
You know, scale them.
We back? Yeah, my computer crashed. I think everything I made... Oh, the flower is still there. Okay. That's in there. Let's go to... Too much Godot? Yeah. I think I misspelled that. There we go. We'll put the B into that folder. We'll put the player doll into that folder. Tree. Okay, so now characters are in here. Zombie. Side dims, welcome. I just finished up all the animations for the bee. I think they should still work. I don't think my computer should move script out of that folder. You should move script out of that folder. This one right here. Close button. Keep what for now? The icon? Oh. I don't know if I can. I don't know. Not sure what you mean with WD. Click the file system. Like on the script itself. On those scripts folder, is that what you mean? Click the file system. What do you mean by that? No, does not seem to work. No, it doesn't. Why do I need the icon symbol? When you export? Let's do... I haven't saved it yet, but... So if you do a little icon and do not replace it, not have icon, I think. If you delete the icon and do not replace it, have an icon. And do not replace it, not have an icon, I think. Like when like when you load the game, or what do you mean? Like where won't you have that? Fuck. Oh. Well, I'm sure there's a way to revert it back to before I did it. But was the icon, was it in resources or was it in, can't remember if it was in scripts or resources folder. Replacement doesn't matter. I don't know how to put it back in here. Like, in terms of, like, how do you just put a... I don't know what, like, how it, what it, was it a scene? Was that thing that, or was it a script, like, new resource? Was it a resource? Do you have a behead asset? Yeah. Just watch the movie. Alright, thank you, Chapoche. find the head asset icon in the large window. Name. That's your new icon. How do I see that bet? Like when I go back to my, was it game map or make another one later? You can make another one later. I'm fine with that one for now. That's totally fine. I'm just trying to figure out how do you see it? Shouldn't it be back here now in the resources, or is it in the scenes resources? No, it will use the asset. It will use the asset, but wasn't the asset here when it was using the icon? Its original icon? Isn't that, I deleted it off of here. If we placed it in there, shouldn't it be here? Does that make the, like, shouldn't it appear in the same place as the other one was or whatever? The old one, yes, but replacement doesn't matter. But placement doesn't matter? Oh, you're saying because it's pulling it from here or whatever? It's pulling it from... Okay. Alright, now I gotta make my flower. I'm trying to remember how to make new fucking... I think I made a flower, I just don't know how to pull it up here in the... I forgot how to make new things. Import, no. I think I already made a flower scene. I just don't know how you find the an old scene. Because like, let's say I closed B. Let's say this was closed. How do you? Oh, you just open? Do you just open it in the scenes? Characters, B. Okay. So as far as I can tell, as tree stump, tree, grass. Because my computer crashed, I'm not sure if I like saved it or not. Grass object. Grass object. Game map, clear though. The scenes are open, right? So it's not in there. I don't have flowers as scene. Is grass object not a flower? No. That's just I was moving the grass and trying to figure out how to move the grass from tile to object. That's what I was doing at the time. So we're gonna do 2D scene. I'm gonna need, I think, what's inside the flower folder and asset. It's just a resource. There's no scene in here for the flower. It's just what I'm gonna use to put the initial sprite in there. It's early concept. But just wanted to make sure you didn't save the scene in there. I gotcha. The other thing I kind of don't get. Do I need, if this, the B is a player, right? Like we put B under the character body 2D. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. So I'll make a plus character body 2D and make it a root. Character body 2D. I'll make that make scene root. Then this one I think I can delete, right? I'm just gonna copy my B. It's just gonna be a different. Hang on, okay. Start over. Like start this whole process over. Delete that one. Don't save. Okay. Like you wanna do it like this instead, like that? I mean, isn't that the same thing though? I just kind of did it backwards. Or is it gonna be messed up if you do? No. I mean, I made it. It was in the same state, right? You may look the same, but some settings will not be the same. Okay. So I need animation player. I need animated sprite 2D. I'm gonna save scene. Animated sprite 2D. 1 second. Sorry, I just got a message. Animation player, animated sprite 2D. Sorry, I lost track of what I was doing. I wanted to save it, right? Or what was I doing? We're gonna save this in scenes, right? Character body 2D, and we're gonna name it flower in the scenes. Don't put animated sprite as a child of Don't put animated sprite as a child of animation player. Why not? Is there a reason for that? That's how I built this entire. Oh, you mean like? Oh, you mean like that? I see what you're saying. One second, I gotta show. Where's my? Oh, I don't have Airtown idle up. I'd have to. I saw a glitch, but I didn't. I saw a glitch in this game earlier, and that was related to. 1 second, I gotta look up the ID number. I don't think you want to use body 2D and enemy 2D at the same time. I don't think you want to use body 2D and animate 2D at the same time. Is there a reason for that, or? It's, 1 second, I just gotta figure out what glitch. So that's, stem wand. What it is now. Stem wand is what it is now. And is not changing. I'm not sure what the name was before, just that it was a skinny sword. Alright, that's the best I can describe it. doing bug report to Ayrton. Yeah. This was like when I equipped this, it looked like a skinny sword that I bought, but when I equipped it, it would turn into a stick. So there's obviously something's not lined up in terms of ID numbers or something. And now that I restarted the game, it straight up turned into a stick. So it turned into a completely different items with the same stats. So, you know, so I told him, so hopefully he can figure it out. Yeah. I noticed that earlier today, so hopefully he can fix that. I don't know what the core issue is. Probably ID number. Anyway, let me go back to adventure here. Just gonna go back to here and then move this over to, let's go back to development here. Okay, you said something about animated sprite 2D. You don't want it to use it with character body 2D. I don't know, but like I constructed this entire B that way, and I could, like, maybe that's why I was having so many issues. I'm also sort of wondering, have you experimented with the animation player? Because like I had an issue where I think you might just want to use sprite 2D, but you see how I have interchanging frames within the animation. So like, let's say I want his head. Let's say he's moving along. Let's say this is attack. That's weird. He should not be facing that way. I guess that's not too bad. I might have to rotate him a little bit. But if I want the sprite to change, like I want his face to go open claws, like, and it switches to a different sprite. That's why I use animated sprite specifically for that option, so that I can have interchanging frames within the animation. Like right there, you can see that frame on his mouth, like it changes the actual sprite within the. So it lets me have the option of like actually doing like pretty cool animations. Here's my death animation. See how his mouth opens? So that's why I went in that direction. And it seems to work. I don't know if it's gonna mess anything up. The only issue I was having is before I clicked on deterministic over here, animations, every time I would move anything within the animations, like I would make a new one, it would break all the other animations. Animated sprite is for loading an animation into a sprite. Yeah, it has nothing to do with using sprites for animation. Animated sprite is for loading an animation into a sprite. Has nothing to do with you. Sorry, I'm just typing to Ayrton. Alright, go to the flower. Go to the flower. Okay. Flower. You want me to try? I don't think I can do the same thing with it without the animated sprite, right? Because it literally is like you get to make a sprite 2D. Here's sprite 2D. You go. Look at the inspector. Okay. Let's put. How do I put the? Why can't I put the texture? Let's put like this. Slip that in there really quick. Compare that with animated sprite inspector. Yeah, so like if it was this, then I would do this, and you can have. If it's animated sprite, you can place multiples of assets. Let's say flower. And then you go Add that. 1, 1. I don't know, maybe you can do this. I just couldn't see how you do it on the other one. Select this frame. Then you go select this frame. How is it going, Computer Whiz? Yes, because you're making an animation. Right. So if I go to my... So how would I have interchanging sprites? Actually, let me turn that off really quick. So how would I... If I have Sprite 2D, can I still do change frames? Go to the animation player. Go to the animation player, make new animation. I forgot how to do that. Oh yeah, it's over here, right? Animation player. Oh yeah, this thing. Okay. New animation. Add track, right? Sprite 2D. Frame, I'm assuming, right? If you want to change texture, is the top option. If you want to change texture. Okay. And then what? You can add a key. Yeah, I didn't know you could do it this way. So what? And then you add another one, let's say. Okay. And then you go change this to a different, let's say this, I'm assuming. So it'll go like that. Well, let me show you the B. Maybe this is maybe that's why I was having so many issues. I don't know. Like I just did it the only way I could find how to do it. I just did it basically. You have your animated sprite 2D, import a bunch of them. Then when you go to your animation player, I have frame, and then within frame I can choose. I can go like add, say, that face, and then I can cycle through the frames. And at that, you can cycle through all the frames you have. And pull them that way. It seems like, I don't know, both versions, seems like both versions will work. I don't know. But yeah, I didn't know you could interchange it like that. Oops, just accidentally moved something. Sorry, I didn't mean to move that. I meant to move the game. Okay. The only difference with Sprite 2D's animated 2D is the option to have an animation load inside the node. Oh. So, animated Sprite 2D, how do you load an animation inside the node? Like if I were to go down that road, is like what? You click on this, you add track, right? Animation sprite 2D, and then isn't that what you just said? Like to go through this one, is you have an option to load an animation inside the animated sprite 2D, and the sprite 2D you can't. Okay. mean like the like? And in the inspector, okay, stop playing that really quick. In the inspector, what am I supposed to do? Click on this thing. You can load an animation. This is the inspector, animate a sprite 2D animation. Right here, you mean? Animation default, frame, offset. You need to make one, of course, but where do you import it? Like into here, like this, new sprite frames, animation. I don't know. I don't know how you get like an animation into this. As far as I can tell, you just make an animation inside of here when you import the frames into this thing. That's the way I did it anyway. Yeah, that's how you create it. But when I click on default, I can't import an animation. Are you saying what I was doing before was right? Like you can make an animation in here, like inside of this thing for your animation frames? I thought you meant like upload a video file or something. Yeah, that's how I did it. Yeah, but I use those frames essentially. Inside the animation. I just used it. You still need to make it. I don't understand what you're saying, because like when I did this, you said this isn't what you meant. Like this isn't, like when I did this to import the frames for the animation, you said this is not what you mean, like, or whatever. I'm trying to understand what the difference between what I did and what you're saying, like in terms of uploading. Do you have access to Discord or whatever? Airtown's Discord, are you in there? Maybe you can just jump in there. Do you have access to Brainstorm? Or do we need to go to a different chat? A general or whatever? No Brainstorm? Okay, so like general, do you have access to that one? Just let me know which one you're in. Oh, is that you right there, General? Okay. Turn on my mic real quick. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you.
Let me turn you up. You're super quiet. Let me see if it's on my end, or I'll have to turn the music off and then just turn off my computer really loud, or something.
It could also be me.
All right. Say something.
Can you hear me now? Better?
Yeah, that sounds a lot better. Let me actually turn you down just a little bit here. Okay.
Hopefully, because I can hear myself.
All right. So, you were saying.
Okay. So what I was trying to say is the difference between a sprite 2D and an animated sprite 2D is the option for the node itself to carry, load, and play an animation. Now there are cases where you want to use it. An example of that would be for your VA, for example. the wings on its back, if you wanted those to flicker back and forth, you could use an animated sprite 2D to automatically load that and always play that regardless of anything else.
Okay.
But the reason why I'm saying this is because you don't want to use animated sprite 2D for everything unless it needs to run an animation. And it all boils down to basically one thing, and that is runtime. Animated sprite 2D takes more runtime on the computer. A sprite 2D takes less because it doesn't have to do the animation part.
Okay.
So you want to do whatever takes the least runtime to do, because that is better when the game comes out or whatever, and computers, or a bunch of different computers have to play it, right? Some computers are worse off, so that little difference can do a huge
Performance hit.
difference.
Right. It'll have like more of a performance hit on the people with lower end PCs.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know that at the time.
Imagine
I just like I saw a guy do that, or what he didn't do that or whatever. I just found that and I went in that direct. I didn't know you can do that the other way. The sprite 2D interchange them in the animation player. Had I known that.
Again, there's no difference between a sprite 2D and animated sprite 2D besides the animation bit. If you click on the animation player, that's where you usually create your animation and where you control them from and play them from. You'll have the exact same options, regardless of what you use. So I would definitely recommend sticking to sprite 2D until you figure out a case scenario where an animation is always going to be played in part of a larger animation. Then you can use an animated sprite 2D. For your flowers, for example, it could be if your flowers always, let's say, it would flicker between two states, like where it had a single leaf flickering back and forth. You could use an animated sprite 2D to always load that in, and that way you will never have to worry about that in any other animations. But unless you're doing that, you should definitely use sprite 2D.
See, I wish somebody would have said that before I did all the animations, because basically the B is, if you go to the B, I don't know, there's no way, like, all of these animations are done. And if I were...
You should not redo it. It's fine. Those are fine, but for the future you should definitely do it the right way. Or at least work more work efficient way.
Right. Yeah, well, thanks for letting me know. Now we know. We'll do the next one without that issue. I just didn't, like I said, I just didn't know that. Because I looked around in the Sprite 2D and I couldn't figure out how to change that you can go to frames and change the frames. So I was like, well, there's that, you can't do it. And then I figured it's titled Animation Sprite to be able to, I figured that's what it was for, is to be able to like change out the sprites within, while it's being animated, like you can go to a different sprite, like if you want to smile more or whatever, and that's exactly how I used it. I didn't realize that you can just basically do the same thing here without the hit.
Animated sprite 2D is basically just a combination of sprite 2D and animation player in the end.
Anyway, but thank you. I guess I'm gonna continue on. Oh yeah, I didn't. Well, I guess I won't. I'll draw after this stream because I kind of want to get stuff. The B is, but the B is done. I think the animations look.
Yeah, the B is looking good.
Death animation.
I just have a question, right? You are aware you can flip animations as well, right?
Well, yeah, basically that's what we did here. It's like the right and left, we just flipped it with scale X or whatever. I forget where it's at. Scale, and then...
No. I mean, when you're playing the animation, you can flip the animation as well, so you don't have to do animation for moving left and moving right. You can just do moving right and then flip it whenever you're moving left.
Okay, so let's say I have let's say I have death animation right. So how do I flip that?
I believe that is a coding bit, because then you would play it and then you would just flip the entire thing via code, depending on the way the character is moving.
Oh.
So that's more on Ayrton's side of things.
Yeah, he took...
But I would definitely talk with him if he wants you to do all movement directions, or just do half movement direction, and then he will just flip them whenever he needs it.
Yeah, I figured he wanted 4 because that's what we talked about. Because that's just what we did. Now I'm sure there is a way to like make the left right and then he just flips it on his end. I sort of figured that was sort of an option somewhere. But I like I said, I made all 4 because I don't know because I figured he'd be just calling the 4 states depending on which direction he wanted the character to go. So
Yeah,
but
I do think that it's highly on your side what you want to do, because he can do either or. Whether he has to call a right moving animation or he has to do a left moving but flip it in order to make it look like right moving, that it doesn't make any difference for him. He just needs a system to go by, and you're basically deciding that system now.
yeah.
So you just need to make it up. Do you want to make all the extra animations, or do you just want to settle for one and then he has to flip it?
I would rather, just because of the simplicity of my brain, the smooth brain, I'd rather just make 4 and just know that they're there, and then he can just call them.
Yeah, I mean, there are still benefits for doing all of them. Like when you have a asymmetrical character and
Right.
you flip it, that in those cases it does make sense, but it's just something to think about, right?
Right. Yeah. Anyway, I was also shocked. The other question I had, which is like a major question, is before I figured out, and I actually don't know if this is going to break stuff, is before I had deterministic on, basically anytime I changed anything in any of the animations, it would break the other animations unless I locked out the first frame of the other animation to force it to go back to its original position. But sometimes it still would mess it up. And so once I was just clicking on stuff or looking at tutorials, I'm like, there's no way it should take this long, because anytime I would finish an animation, let's say idle, I would move on to, let's say, fly upright, I would change something, idle will get messed up. And I asked Ayrton, I'm like, is this how it's going to be, or does the code go through reset and then go to the next action? So like, it was just, I'm like, it seemed like I was putting an insane amount of work to get things to, I don't know, it just seemed like everything would break everything else for no reason. Even when I would lock out position, rotation, and then offset, they would still break, and I would reset them and everything would be fine after that. But it seemed like I'm doing something wrong, like it shouldn't be that difficult. And then I hit deterministic and it stopped. But I'm also afraid that that's going to mess up something on his end. You know what I mean? Like, that's not supposed to be on or something.
So when it comes to animations, right, it simply whenever you start an animation, it simply goes from what's already there and then starts moving those objects around. So when you go from one animation to another, if you don't specify let's say a body part, a leg or whatever, in the new animation, and you did it in the old animation, the new animation will not do anything to that animation, right? So let's say you have a walk animation, you take steps, then you end the walk animation with 1 step out of line. Then your next animation you have doesn't have anything to do with legs. So that will let the next animation here will then keep the leg out of line, because there's nothing telling it to go back, right? By setting on the deterministics, you're telling the program that every time an animation is done, go back to normal state, like reset everything and then go from that state instead. There's both benefits and drawbacks to both. One way to get around using the deterministic is to basically animate every single body part in every animation, which is a lot of work. You could also have a reset animation, right? So basically, whenever an animation is done, you have reset, and then you play the next one, which is a bit of I wouldn't say it's the best idea to do it, simply because that's just way more work for both Ayrton and you. Whenever you have to call an animation, you first have to call the reset animation and then call the next animation, so I don't recommend that option.
So,
I don't see anything that should prevent you from using the deterministic.
So you're saying, so what's the, like, that's essentially what a deterministic is doing as far as I can see. It says, this means if the total amount of blending is 0, the result is equal to reset animation. So that's like sort of is what it's doing, right?
For more like yes. Again, I haven't played too much with animation, so I'm not going to try and be an expert, but if it works for you now, just leave it on.
Yeah, because it just seems like I'd be able to make the animations like 10 times faster if I didn't, like, imagine like all these animations, every time I moved anything in any of them, and even sometimes, like, even if they were locked out, it had a keyframe on the rotation, it had a keyframe on the offset, it had a keyframe on the position, it would still mess it up, and I like couldn't understand why it was happening at all, and it would just like eat up 80% of my time just resetting everything after every other animation. So it's like I could have made this 10 times faster if I didn't have to go back and fix everything constantly. And once I hit deterministic, it just stopped doing it. And I'm like, oh well, maybe I should have just had that on. You know what I mean? It just seemed like I was putting an unnatural amount of work just to like get all this stuff.
Yeah. I mean, definitely just leave deterministic on.
Okay,
The
for
only
now.
other thing I can say is.
Yeah.
The only other thing I can say is when you make the flower, try to not make anything a child of anything else other than a root, and just see how that works out for you. Because I also think that you are definitely running into issues by having some body parts a child of something else, because that just changes how the program sees it and how it moves, and that can just make it way more complicated.
Well,
Start by making it
like
without a child of the character body 2D, and then just go from there, try it out.
Oh, you mean like having everything attached to the torso? So maybe when I rotated the torso, it like messed up the keyframes of it. The bee drool. Obviously, like I wanted that because it's like right on the chin.
Yeah,
so
that's fine.
Yeah. So
The bee drool to the head is fine because that is always going to be part of the head. But you have the head as child of a torso. There are times where you don't want the head to follow the torso, right? But every time you make a change to the torso, you make a change to every single child of it. And that's definitely causing issues somewhere that's unexpected.
right.
Just try and make it so where you're only ever placing a child if it absolutely never is going to move from the parent.
Right. A lot to take into consideration because it's like there's no way to do anything like you said. It's just everything changes everything else constantly, and it's like if you have a wrong thing somewhere, it will affect everything else. And it's like it's not like it's way worse than actual animation because it's like it's you know what I mean. It's like you can't predeterministically make an animation and call it a day because if you did something wrong here, it'll be wrong somewhere else. It's just like it's just the spider web of problems, like kind of. So it's just yeah. A lot to learn, but
there is another way to do animations. Like you can do animation outside of Godot. Like if you were to take up Pickwick or Sprite or whatever, and you did an animation in there, you would simply then just import all the frames and then play those as an animation. That does give less control in terms of modifiability inside of Godot. But if you're handling that in Sprite or whatever, then it doesn't really matter.
yeah. Yeah. Well,
Whether
anyway.
you create, yeah. Okay.
No, you're good. No, yeah, I thank you for the lesson there. Like I said, I did it all wrong. Well, you know, as did it as right as I could have, considering I didn't know that you could do it. Now that I know this is going to change the game. But yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see.
For example, I just came up with another example. But you have the drool on the bee, right? If you had a constantly dripping drool from a bee or whatever, right? Then an animated sprite 2D would be an excellent use of that, just loading that animation into the animated sprite on inside of the head. That way it'll always play that drooling if you had an animation for that. That would be a good case to use animated sprite 2D, right? Because then you could just create it, set it, and then forget about it forever, no matter what you did later.
See, the only thing I kind of really like about using the animation sprite 2D is that you can see what frame you've planned out here. So, like, let's say I want the first one to obviously not be dripping. So, like, then it goes drip, and on the other one, let's say flower, I have my animation player, right? And wait, how are we doing that? Yeah, we have our animation player, sprite 2D, and then we're switching textures. But it's showing it as keyframes, but you know what I mean. It's not showing like what the keyframe is.
Yeah, it isn't showing what it is. Yeah, I get that, but it's such a minor thing.
Yeah.
Compared to the runtime it's gonna cost, that simply isn't worth it. And
Yeah.
like as you said, you could see the drool in the animation player in the B, but if you created it as an animation player on an animation sprite 2D, then you shouldn't have a need to see it inside of the animation player because you should never access it in there. The whole reason for animated sprite 2D is to separate the animation from the animation player so you can focus on less stuff in that one. So it's like splitting it up and modularizing it to where it belongs.
Right. Awesome. Yeah. So anyway, I'm just starting on the flower. Although I think the game looks overall is starting to like, I gotta obviously do more stuff.
Looks good, yeah.
Yeah, but I still gotta go back and refine a lot of these assets. I just want to lay out the bee, the flower, the main character, and then I'm gonna kind of go back and retouch a lot of this stuff and just kind of get it, you know, to a level that it's like looks good, and you know, not that it looks bad, but you know, just kind of just do another comb over of all the assets and just kind of like touch them up and stuff.
Make it match each other and all that.
Yeah. But anyway, cool.
Yeah. Anyway, glad I could help you.
Yep. Appreciate that.
I'll see you around.
Oh.
You chat later.
Okay. I guess I'll bounce off of the Discord then.
Yes. Bye bye.
Yep. Actually, how do I leave disconnect? Okay, there we go. Sometimes I always forget to leave Discord, and I just keep the channel on, which is a bad habit. Because anyway. All right, now I gotta like. So we have flower, bee flower. What's root? Bee root. Character body 2D. Okay. Flower root. Animation player. So I guess we don't. I'm not gonna use the animation player for this at all. I don't think. Now that we have that. Now that we have that new. Oh no! Shit. That's not. That's not what I intended to do. Shit. I actually do need a animation player. Animation. We do need animation player. We don't need animated sprite 2D. So we're not. I'm not gonna make anything. I'm gonna try to avoid doing the child of anything kind of thing, and just unless it's super obvious that it needs to be there. But so animation player. We have new animation just to kind of practice this. Flow. Idle. I feel like I think I should name it flower idle, because if he calls in code for flower idle animation to be played, right? I should probably name it something more specific, like flower idle instead of idle. Sway. Sway. You think wait, is this the flower mob? Yeah, this is the beginning of the flower mob. Which I'm trying to think of a way to name it, so like when he calls for it, it's like I'm trying to imagine like then idle. Okay. Flower idle. We'll just say it this way. Well, what if there's like, what if I have like 30 flowers towards the end of a project? You know what I mean? Like, how's the program? Do I need to name it flower 1, flower 2 kind of thing? Is that how then that's done? Anyway, so we're gonna do current animation. Trying to remember. I gotta put the sprites in here, right? I already have these in here. Set auto load. I'm trying to just remember how to put the new sprites in here, because like how did we get? I forgot how we put like more sprites into this thing. Add track, sprite 2D. Texture, right? you can drag and drop file from the system. So if I go flower, I just drop it in here, I guess, just to edit. And then what? That's how do I view like the different ones that I can cycle through from here, if that makes sense. Like I want, if I guess the thing I'm not understanding, like if I click on inspector, like how do I go have to click the arrow, then you have to click the arrow. So if I go to Sprite 2D, like this arrow right here, or that's gonna reset it. Oh, frame. I know it's in there. I'm just not sure how you look at it. Like, I can't cycle through frames. It's not letting me. I know we looked at it before somehow. Then load. On the arrow. Like, I literally don't see. Then on that list, load. Right click the arrow. Oh. Yeah, but we already have the other asset in there. I'm just trying to view like what's in there. You know, now we already had that one in there. I think. Right now, you're looking at the Sprite 2D. Right. But, like, inside the Sprite 2D, we're trying to put... Oh, you're saying, like, you basically, like, every time you make a keyframe, you gotta change... like... You gotta do this, like, let's say... Let's call it stump, just for the sake of the argument, and then it turns into stump. So... It would basically, like, I'd have to go here, keyframe, and then be like, I need load and that's how you do it, basically. That is how you do it. I thought you would like load them in like a pack and then cycle between frames or something. Okay. I see. It's not, the other one was definitely a lot more intuitive in my opinion. It was definitely a little bit more like click friendly. But yeah, I get it now. I just forgot. Okay, I'm like, I know we did it. So I'm like, all right, I just need to do that one more time before I forget. So basically, keyframe. Oh wait, add track. Sprite 2D, texture, and then insert keyframe, then load asset, say grass, insert key, load asset flower, and that's basically how you would. Then I mean that makes sense. It's definitely a little bit more like not as intuitive, but yeah, like it definitely doable. I don't know. I need bright colors and pictures, man, and just let me cycle through them. I don't know why this has to be so. All right, so this is flower idle, or I'm gonna do sprite 2D, texture, and we definitely want this. We want this. It is loaded. We don't have another one, so we'll keep that for this texture. I'll name it flower face. Wait, flower face. Should I even rename my animation player? Does it matter? And does not. No, I don't think so. So now I'm gonna add track. I'm gonna do that again, but I'm just gonna do position right now, and just do one of these. Just to kind of have, I just wanted to field something that would be, we'll just do that, and that'll play on loop. We'll just drop that into, so now I have my, let's save scene, game map, and then I go, to my scenes, flower, right? I can just kind of do this, I'm assuming. Is that how, I think that's how I brought things in before, right? I just kind of drag it over there. Or is that like the wrong way to do it? If you right click flower scene, okay, so let me delete. If you right click flower scene, open. Oh, right, is that like the real way to do it? No, in the top bar? Okay, if you click on the right... Oh, flower scene? Okay. Then you can play that scene. Right-click that. It's in the upper left corner doing nothing. Let me Alt F4, I believe, right? Okay. It didn't really. Did I not set up my animation player correctly? It's moving here. It didn't. It wasn't up. You couldn't see it because I have an ultra wide and my screen isn't set up to show that far. I don't think. But if I just put it in here, right? Will it? Did you set auto load? Did you set auto load? Oh, you did see it? Okay. I'm just curious. So it's doing nothing here either. I'm just sort of curious about why it's doing nothing. If I have my flower scene, I saved it. Oh, no auto load. Oh, you're right. It needs this button, right? This needs to be played automatically because it's idle. There we go. Beautiful. There we go. And it looks so happy. I feel like that's about the scale, right, of the flowers. I don't want to make them. I want everything. Obviously, everything's gonna be like sort of exaggerated in terms of like the size and stuff like that. Maybe like slightly smaller. But I definitely want like the gnome. I can imagine the gnome being kind of like this size, maybe like 1/3 bigger. But they are gnomes, so maybe some mushrooms too. Also, get used to testing things in a play this scene. That way you avoid issues from nodes not updating when you test. Avoid issues from nodes not updating when you test. Okay, so if I play, how do I, if I go here, you said right click, play this scene. It is moving, okay, it is moving in the upper right corner. So Alt F4. Okay. This is just an experimental flower, by the way. I just drew something up just to kind of get it fielded. But we got that. Now I gotta do. I still haven't fully. There's gonna be a lot to this flower thing because it's kind of like I gotta make it, you know, interesting enough. I'm thinking about having it like bob up, like kind of like this, and like rotating, kind of like the happy flower thing, kind of like those 1950s Disney cartoons, like doing kind of this thing. So the stem will be like, I'm just trying to imagine how I'm gonna do the stem and things of that nature. Obviously, I could like break the stem down. This is the best way to test thing because it does not load anything else, so there is nothing outside of this that can bug it out, and that makes sense. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I wonder why it plays so far up in that corner. You see how like how far it is? Is that like, is there a reason for that? Anyway, something for me to figure out. I guess it's the way I have this set up, right? Like this scene window right here. I imagine that's why it's putting it all the way up in the top left corner. I'm not sure how you move that. Current animation, process physics, auto translate, editor description. No. Should be able to drag the whole thing to center. Whoops. Let me hit a B root. Yeah, let me leave the B alone here. So if I can do the flower, but like, why can't I do the B? Is it just because I need? Fuck. No, don't do it to your B. Because it'll mess it up. Select the root. Okay, select the root. That's what I did the first time. It didn't do anything. And then use move to. Oh, this thing right here. Okay. Are you saying so? If I move the B in its own scene, is that gonna mess up the game? If I go to my game map, is that gonna mess up the B's, like, so it doesn't? It looks like it didn't move the B. It shouldn't not? No, yeah. Okay, cool. Oh, oops. I needed to go B. Play this scene. Okay. Alright, I just wanted to know how to move it around so I can kind of like test things out. Okay. How do I... Oh, Alt F4. God. All these new key bindings that I've never had to use before in my life. Because normally I just install games on Steam and play them, so this is definitely like way more technical than what I'm used to. I knew I could do animations, I just need to learn the like how to do it properly, and I'm basically, you're watching me do it live, like learn live in person. Which sucks because like I can I can draw things. I just I'm like putting things together kind of like you saw the wrong way. So I'm just select a root and then move. Oh, you mean for the flower? You only move the head for. Oh, you mean like the. So anytime I move this thing, just move the root just in case. speaking of the offset, right? I think I want the offset centered, right? Collision, input, transform. That's just, yeah, everything is related to the root. How do I change the, is it in the end? See, this here is, the offset is centered for the, which makes sense because it spawns it right in the middle. The flower root seems like the offset, does that matter at all? The offset for the flower, for the root? Transform. Position. Scale. Matters for things as rotations, right? But when I do, see how it's moving along with the offset, like the green and red arrow, it seems to just kind of move. Yeah, that's POS, position or whatever. If I hold, like stop touching stuff, or just hold down a key. In UI elements it's called pivot. In UI elements it's called pivot, right? So do I need to center this, or does this, not sure what it's called in 2D nodes? Okay. Is that, do I basically not need to do anything with it, or am I just overthinking? You can just move the head to better fit, right? So I don't need to worry. But this is not supposed to be centered. It like won't matter, right? Unless I do rotation of the flower root, which I don't think I should be, right? Unless I click the head. Let me zero that back out. Click the head. Okay, like the Sprite 2D head. Is that what you mean? Okay. So yeah, this one's centered. This one I should not. Oops, sorry. This one I should not have issues with. Transform. I'm just changing the click reset. Okay. Now go to root. Okay. Huh. So if I move this. Oh. So right now, if I move this, now head is at the center of the root. Oh, so is that something that matters? I didn't know that at all. Base your nodes around the center. That would have been good to know, yeah. So if I go to transform 0, 0, then I wonder if that's gonna mess up my. Maybe that's why I was having beat issues, because everything's essentially like, I don't even know where. If I look at, probably, yeah. So if I go to my B root, oh no, it's centered. The B root is centered, right? So if I go to my torso, see, these are where they're supposed to be. Like, this is where I want this. But if I go to my B root, it's, I thought I was gonna find it like out here somewhere, just because I never paid attention. So at least it's not off to the side somewhere. B looks good in that aspect. Yeah, I think making these children, I sort of thought, because I'm gonna make the torso the main thing I rotate if the thing needs to rotate, and then I would basically animate other stuff around the torso, you know. And I was gonna use that as like the main sort of shaft to move the bee around, and then all the other aspects would kind of move in sync with that. So that's why I made everything else a child of the bee torso. But it might have been way easier had I not gone that route. I'm not sure. This one I'm gonna do. This one will not have children. We will avoid children for this one completely. All right, I need to draw. Let me turn my brain on here. I need to draw a stem. No, if everything needs to do something like rotate, you should do it through the root. Okay. That makes, in hindsight, like thinking about it now, it makes perfect sense. But, you know, I really hope and pray that there's not some reason that I'm going to have to rebuild this entire bee. But it's looking like if there's something that comes up, and it'll be like some deep issue where I'll have to rebuild. In a way, you made the bee torso the root. Yeah. That is what I did, yeah. Very unfortunate. But it works, and I hope that it doesn't mess up the code. Like, he doesn't run into some weird unexpected thing because of that, and then I have to redo the bee, because it took so much time. Like I said, just the animation, especially without the deterministic on, it's a lot of work. A lot. So let me go to my should not matter. No, yeah. Let's pray to God that it doesn't. Let's do aspirate. Select this. Agree. Actually, if I... Yeah, I'll just open a new one. Oh, how do I create? I just need to... Hit new. 64, that's fine. I'll be right back here in a second. I'll be right back in 30 seconds. Okay. Your boy's back. And I have... Okay, we're at 3 hours. We're good. Alright. Draw a simple stem. I'm still trying to think of, like... Other than drawing a bunch of, like, little stems and stacking them on top of each other, I guess I could have it pivot, like, rotate off the... Like, this is the ground, and the stem will just kind of do this. But I also want the flower to kind of go bob up and down as it's doing this, like, happy, like, sort of idle dance. I kind of want it to do that, like... So I'm trying to think of, like... I'm sure there's a trick. I'm sure I could draw, like, just a curved stem and then just, like, sort of move it. If that may, like, have some sort of a blending move kind of thing. Because the only way I can think of doing it right now is building up a series of stems, like 4 of them, and then just doing that kind of thing, which will work. So I'll guess I'll start doing that until I think of something better. Until I run into a better solution. I'll just do one and just see what I can do with that and just kind of play off that. Okay, I'm gonna ask ChatGPT for a code for a color because I'm not gonna be able to basically colorblind. Give me a color code for green for a stem of a flower. Then we punch that into here. Copy, paste, what the? Whoa! What? How did I do that? I somehow changed the... I changed the... Yo. How did I do that? You selected part of the image and then used the fill option to fill it with that part. You selected part of the image and used the fill option to fill... Right, but like how did I do... I don't understand how I did this. Like I get that I filled this in. I just don't understand how I changed it to, instead of fill green, it's... Because I have a green color selected in here, and... Oh, sorry, you can't see it. Oh, no, you can see it. Never mind. Let me close that really quick. So, I don't understand, like, what just happened. I got the color selected. I don't think I have any special options activated. Look at the mouse. Then your lower... Then hover the canvas. Right, the mouse is showing, like, a little... glitchy thing, right? It's like representing that it wants to paint it in this. But how do I do that? And can I change the No, that is the selected part. But I don't have a part select. I'm just trying to, like, I'm using the bucket fill tool, right? Unless you're saying I can select, like, this part and then Control C that, oops. Like Control C this little part, Control C, and then what bucket tool will be able to paint that now? No. You know what I mean? How did I select that part to be exponentially, like, copied? I need to get to the bottom of this story because I don't understand. Like what? Never use Sprite, so no clue. But I saw you do it. So what did you see me do? Like, walk me through the steps of what you. Let me see if I can clip it. If I can clip. Okay. I need to know because I don't understand. Like, why can I not normal? I can't do normal paint bucket. Like, how do I get it to be normal again? What if I do this? Still doing it here, okay. Can't clip it. You have VODs. You don't have VODs. Oh, I don't have. Okay. Yeah, I don't. On YouTube I do, but it's. I guess I just. How would I revert back to? I can do line. No, the line is fucked up too. So. It's kind of cool. I just wish I understood what was going on. I had to have hit something on my keyboard. Try escape. It worked. So was it this thing? That reset it? I just wish I could understand. Evening, how's it going, Ayrton? I'm trying to just I just ran into some like a really cool feature. It was paint bucketing. Try to select it again. Are you select it with what? This thing, the rectangular thing, like this thing. Yeah. Okay. So select. And then what? Paint bucket? Hit enter? Oh, like that'll copy it or whatever? Still normal paint bucket? Don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I hit something on my keyboard and it was kind of fascinating because actually that would be like super useful for later. Just trying shit up. Yeah. Well, regardless, one day I'll hit another button that will do it. But so I need that. He somehow copied part of an image, then was able to paint using that part. Yeah, it was wild. I think it has to be. I don't think that was a bug. I think that was not a bug, but I don't know. Control V. Okay, control copy and then never use it. Sounds like a stamp tool. Never use it in Sprite. It was wild, dude. You should have been there. All right, so we got try holding shift. Oh, they turns it into a line. What? I didn't even know this existed. So if I go bucket tool and I do shift, no, it's yeah. That's what this is crazy. What happens if I hold shift while rotating? So if nothing, okay. This program is so full of like keybinds go hard. Yeah, they do. That's a pencil, dude. And if I hold shift, it turns it into a line. But if I what about a line? What if I hold shift? So in the select panel, was there other options in the select panel for the pencil? For the pencil, I think, right? Or the one above? Oh, this thing? Yeah, there's No. Click it again. Okay, click it again. Oh, all this stuff? It came with option. Yeah, something. Lasso tool. Lasso tool. I mean, I think this is just a like same thing but a circle. Then you got your lasso tools where you like draw whatever shape you want. Then you got your lasso tool. Yeah. It has that. Has a line one where you can draw lines. Pretty interesting. It's actually it's pretty versatile. Like it's got like in terms of pixel art, it's got like all the shebangs. Might not be that selection then. Yeah, I think we hit like one in a million. I'm sure somebody knows about it, but like I don't even know how you would describe that function to somebody. Like how would you ask? Like how do I get my line to become repetitive objects? It's hard to even describe that. This is actually kind of convenient though, having like a line tool that you can do this with. Stamp. Yeah, but like they're gonna think there's a little stamp here. Oh no. So stamp tool. Yeah, but like you'd have to do like you're because they're gonna think you're like a stamp is essentially a real life version of Control C, Control V in terms of like if you need like a you know like a sort of a government signature or whatever. It's basically the original Control C, Control V. But if we're talking like you need a line of that, a like it's and was kind of what you were doing, Alright, so I'm just gonna make a very simple stem because I need to think about how I'm gonna animate the flower because the stem is either gonna be a either I'm gonna break the stem down and then animate everything individually, or the other option is to I guess I could scale things, right? I can do scale and just kind of like warp it and stuff like that or whatever. Alright, don't think lesser of me, but I'm dropping this into the game. I'm going to put this in there just to be able to see what it kind of looks like. Actually, let me give it a black outline, so otherwise I won't be able to see it. It's like it's going to be green on green, and I won't be able to see anything. So I'm just going to give it a quick outline real quick. But yeah, the other day, when I was talking about my birthday, I was saying that my birthday happens every year. I didn't want to say my birthday. Like, I didn't want to drop more clues on the internet. So many chests. So many chests. But yeah, I didn't want to give away my birthday, although I've said it on stream before, but they'd have to go and search through a pile of all that stuff. So that's why I was saying my birthday is every single year. That's how it works. Every year I get my age gets updated by +1. I'm trying to not dox like too much information too quickly. Not that anybody like would really care or want to whatever do anything with that information, but I'm just saying that's why I wasn't saying what I was saying. Have you gotten a DLC yet? Yeah, I've like it's not like a consistent DLC, but like I've had to be a lot more strict with my diet in order to like sleep good and like but basically I'm always nursing some kind of pain, like either back, and like once that goes my neck will start, and then if that's not happening then like I'll have a weird like sinus thing. Like I'm always like nursing some kind of thing. And and that's basically my DLC. I'm all in perpetual like low level pain of some sort now. So save that. Save as assets plus. So we'll do PNG discomfort. Yeah, and I don't feel like I'm just like kind of numb. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's not in the sad way, but like you know what I mean? Like you're like it feels like life is more through a thick glass. Like when I was a kid, I felt like you were more there, and now it's like it's just more like you're staring through life through like a thick kind of glass. You know what I mean? There's like a sort of a just less interested kind of thing. Stem PNG. All right, that's there. We're gonna make lots of money and respark the love. I don't think it's not. I'm already the way I live now in terms of like comfort. I have a motorcycle, I have a car, I have a house. Like I don't need anything more. I do need to like stabilize my financial situation, which is why I'm doing like working with my parents on their business to like make a little bit of money. But more money, if I had $1 million, but if I had $1 million, I wouldn't be doing it. Like I'd still be doing the stream and sitting here and drawing. I think I might take like a week off or something. Like I would maybe go to. You're going to have millions of dollars. If that happened, I'd probably like go to Europe maybe like for like a month and then come back and do the same thing. Like largely nothing. Aaron wants money. I don't not want money, and the reason I say that is like in America, even if you have like $250,000 or something like that, I've been set on it my whole life. I only want money because even in America, even if you have like a $250,000, it's not that much. You can still get wiped out easily. So I do want money, but more like my life isn't gonna change. I'm still gonna be like here, even with $1 million. So it's not gonna change my happiness, except that I won't have to worry about like my parents aging and all that kind of stuff. Like the normal kind of paranoia of like just getting older and watching my parents turn into raisins slowly. I'll be doing similar stuff, but on more exciting scale. I'm pretty good with the scale. I don't mind making. I don't need to make like a Half-Life 3 or whatever. Like I'm fine with just sort of like. I want to grow, but I'm fine with like making like this scale kind of stuff for a little bit, and then like, I even if I had more money, it wouldn't. I want to make an MMO before I die. Oh yeah, you did tell me that. You did tell me that. Alright, let's do... I need to add a... Make the next schedule one game. So we go here. My first game I started was Weed Dude Valley. I think I'm going to revisit it once we finish Zombies. I don't doubt that. I think the drug jeering is a big hole because companies don't touch it. Just indie. Yeah, but there's like a really good game. I don't know if it's good or not, but there's a game like that just came out where you start a drug empire. And that's not the first. There's one where you run a fake restaurant and you build more restaurants and you run like your weed business out of there. And another one just came out. To me, it seems like the drug empire kind of simulator is like getting saturated. I also think because of indie games can be janky, so that adds unique side to the games. Yeah, I've been playing it. Schedule 1. Oh, is that what it's called? Yeah, I just know that there was like a game like that. So it's far from saturated. I don't know. I would rather make an RTS. I guess, but that's my. I actually do drugs. Everyone does drugs. Everything that's outside species appropriate food that you're putting in is a drug. I mean, I drink coffee. Let's see. I need How do I get this in the field? Stem. I got the position. Oh, is it text? Do I need a texture of it or something? Flower. Stem. Texture? Is that what I need? I don't understand. Is it like in a corner somewhere, or do I need to like drag it out? I got it in there. We can't see the right side. Oh. Click the node and set texture there first. Click the node. Isn't it in there already? This one's in there. That one's in there. So if I click on this, load assets, flower, stem, that's in there, right? Click node, set texture there first. It's now take a look at the POS. What is a POS? In transform. Transform. Oh, it's all the way out here. So that's why I probably don't want to drag it. Okay. That's what I looked at that corner before and it was already inserted in here and I couldn't find it. Okay, I'm gonna... Oh, with the B, I made oh my god. So without doing the Z index, because if I mess around with the Z index, then we're gonna have Y sorting issues like we did last time. Oh, right, we can do it here, and then it'll still be zeroed out. Okay. Where is it? The Z index. Transform visibility. Oh, it's in visibility, right? No. Ordering. It's in ordering. Okay. The only reason I kind of want to figure this out more is because, like, what if I had a leaf, but like, let's say the leaf was like behind the stem, but then I wanted to do like a salute, but it would be in front of the face, kind of thing, and I would need to. Well, I guess I could separate them in two objects, right? But I wouldn't be able to like suddenly have a piece that's like above the face, above like the face. I'm trying to think, because sometimes like I would want like something to go in front of here suddenly, but before it wasn't in front of that, and I guess maybe there's like, if I add a track and I do step, like let's say flower, stem. Is there a way Position, rotation. Visibility layer index. Z index, right? But that's gonna change the actual Z index, which is what we never want. I don't know, because I'm sure you could actually change the Z indexes the way, you know, without moving this around, but and without it affecting the Y sorting. But I don't know. I just get too confused. Like once the numbers aren't at 0, then it just doesn't work for me. Oh crap! What did I do? Did it go back to that corner? It did. Oh, you think it's because it's playing these? I can actually kind of see this being fun. Try adding a flip to the stem. Flip. Horizontal, right? Flip horizontal, I'm assuming. Flip vertical is going to be... Horizon is this way. Flip vertical is going to flip it that way. Which I assume is not what we want. Or is that what you want? That flipped it like upside down. I thought you meant like you just wanted to do like this, not this. Okay. Because I always remember, I'm like, H is horizon, which is like this. That means it will flip it like that. That's how I try to think of it. And once it gets more complicated, I get confused. Like the ZY stuff, I just have to try it out and be like, which way is it going to go? Horizon... What's weird is it remained, I always get mixed up. Yeah, I can't do it. I don't get it. Like, I just get super confused. Did you see it flip just twice and then it stopped? I can make this a fun animation. I just don't click the node. This one? Or what do you mean? Flip H node? Stem, oh, stem node, okay. Transform. In transform, I think. Rotation. We don't need that. Scale. What, like Y -1 or something to flip it backwards? Right? Just do a search for flip. I flipped it back to well, I don't know if it's back to -1, but let's see. This is how it originally was, I think, like something like that. Were you trying to get me to do like this, flip it back and forth with the kind of like the head movement? Because I was just gonna kind of do a rotation, that kind of thing. Reset that one, like just to back to 0 or whatever. I forget what they were originally. Just reset. Okay. Just do a search. You mean like on the stem or whatever? Done in the top of the inspector. Like that. I think it. Oh, you know what we could have done though? I think it's gonna flip again. I think when we reset, I think when we go back to idle. Oh no, it stayed that way. I thought the only reason it kept being flipped is from that time we called it to be flipped and nothing called for it to be flipped again. So when we're flipping it in here, it was gonna, like, after the reset, it was gonna get messed up again. I also kind of don't get why. I also kind of don't get why during the reset right here why is it back up there. I guess if I do this and then delete the nodes again, or how do I update, or I'm just gonna delete and then what, add? Jesus. Let's go to idle really quick. Idle has it. Reset, it's just gone. Oh, Jesus. I have no idea what happened to it. Texture is empty now. My stem is empty. So now it should. Click stem node, okay. Load. All right. Set the texture in the keyframe. Set the texture in the keyframe of the reset animation. That should lock it in, or... Not my animation, I need 2 seconds. Let me do 2 seconds. So that's basically work. I don't fully understand why it was disappearing on the reset. I guess I'm too dumb. I don't get why it would vanish, but like I guess that did the trick. So because I didn't have that issue at all with the other. Anyway, I'm gonna keep going. Flip horizontal. Is that what we were doing originally? We were trying to get it to flip horizontally. We just went like about it in the super add track. No, in the reset animation. Not for the stem texture. Not in the reset animation. For the stem texture, right? Not in the reset animation. Right, it's yeah, like I don't know. I'm just my brain is fried. I don't know. I don't know what we're talking about anymore. It's working now. I'm not sure what was going on, why it was happening. I did the right thing. I hit the little key right here. We are trying to do the flip in the idle animation. Is that what we're trying to do? Yeah, we can flip it. Like I'm just not sure if that's what I want to do necessarily. Like, flip the stem. Why is it not doing that? Okay, we can do. You're in the reset animation. I'm in the reset animation. Oh. Okay. I do not need to. You're right. I don't need to do that. Turn this stuff off. Right. I don't need to do that. And this needs to go back to 0. I totally control. Yeah, you're right. That would have been better. Delete that. That would have been safer. Now I'm gonna do what, idle. I'm not sure I'm gonna flip it this way though. I don't want there to be like jaggedy movement like that, like where it just flips. You know what I mean? Like, can you imagine a field of flowers just doing that? Like, I don't know. Like, I'd want it to like sway side to side or whatever. I mean, it looks funny. It looks kind of funny, but actually, now that I'm thinking about, I kind of want to see what that looks like. Is that gonna be in there? Close game. I guess I didn't. It didn't play automatically. It's on the loop now. Now it should do it right. I mean, it does kind of look fun. I mean, it does look, just trying out an idea. No, I got you. No, yeah, like I'm probably gonna end up breaking the stem down and doing like I'm gonna do like that sunshine kind of like doing this thing. But I already kind of like, if the stem wasn't, I don't like how the core of the stem is moving, right? Because the core of the stem that's in the ground, it doesn't move, right? So I'm gonna do like I guess I could have that be like centered. But I kind of like how silly it is. And my brain is thoroughly fried at this point. So I'm going to take a little break and just do some drawing in my other scene. Right here. Actually, I finished my other picture with the goblin people or whatever. Actually, I'll just do some sketching for like while we're here, I might as well do sketching for the flower. Put this up here and just do like Do you ever do requests? I don't not do it, but normally I don't. But like I'm not like against it. It just hasn't been the theme of the show. All right. Let's move this over here. All right. Can you guys see? No, you can't see at all. All right. I'm just gonna sketch since I'm gonna be like I kind of gotta think of a flower character anyway. I'm just gonna sketch flowers because this kind of like the drawing doesn't really exhaust my brain in the same way. It's like a different type of exhaustion, so I can kind of draw for a little bit and just design. Although it is kind of rough designing sketches because it's like or not sketches, flowers, because I've never really thought about flowers ever. Nor do I have a natural, interest in them. So that's kind of like, I kind of want to give them like weird sort of clownish faces, like kind of like eerie, kind of bordering on that eerie kind of vibe where they're a little too happy looking. I don't know, like something like that seems kind of interesting. Would love to see you draw my dog if you ever feel up to it. What kind of dog do you have? I got a pit bull myself, so. Like he's half pit bull or something, I'm not sure. It's mixed with something else, but. Papillion? Is that a little dog or is that a big dog? Let me look that up on little. Okay, let me look that up really quick just so I have an idea what that. Oh, nice. Yeah, my mom likes little dogs. She's got a dachshund. Like she's got like a miniature dachshund though, so it's like it's completely useless. It can't really like it's too small to like hunt. I guess you could get like field mice or something with it, or whatever. It's a nice dog though. Dachshunds have like a lot of personality. I feel like every dachshund I've met was like very different, like relative to other dogs. I feel like. Gotta make that a little bit bigger here. Make sure I'm in the frame. Make sure I'm locked in. There we go. Can you see it on my profile pic? In Discord, because I thought I saw a cat. Let me go back to Discord if that's what you mean. I thought I saw a cat on your thing. If you're in general, I don't see your thing anymore on Twitch. On Twitch, I see on Twitch, I see like a mining pic on your little thing. Oh, I gotta click on it. Okay, so yeah. I see it now. Nice. Yeah, I deleted my Instagram. Why, Japochi? You're just done with it? So please don't think I unfriended you. No, dude, it's totally alright. I would completely understand if you unfriended me. I just really unhealthy and I hate what's popping out of my feed. Really? I've never had an issue with that. Like, I guess it just depends on like what you want to see. I just accept whatever like comes at me on Instagram. But I find a lot of funny memes, so. Social media is just pure toxic BS. See, guys, I've never had like, I guess like to me it's all like entertainment. I don't know. I've never had a problem with any of it. I just like ever since I stopped like high school, like I'm on like Facebook, and I post things like just slightly unhinged enough to make people think I might have gone crazy after high school. Not that I was totally normal then, but you know what I mean. Is like it's for me, it's just like this kind of like a fun thing. I don't know. Sometimes I like the funny content, but I find myself laughing at stupid, dumb, like I'm brain rot. I think, see, a little dose of daily brain rot, I is not super terrible. I think. Like as long as you're not, I mean, you know what I mean. Like seeing some weird, funny thing, it's like not really. I don't know. I've never been like. It's just like toilet entertainment. You know what I mean? It's not like I've never had it like affect my life enough for me to like worry about it, I guess. Content in the Philippines got some really toilet contents just for clout. Dude, that's everywhere now. I feel like that's everyone that's like kind of trying to make it as a memester or whatever. You have to push the limits and make the craziest things. Also, there are some friends that added before, and I see their yeah. Some of my friends that went to the military, they send me stuff on Instagram that I would not want to be like associated with. I'm not trying to be mean or whatever, but you know what I mean. They send you stuff that like I'm like, dude, I can't be seen looking at this. Like, it's way too like crazy. Actually, I don't think it'd be a bad idea for me to draw the angles of the flowers on paper, scan them in, and then do the digital stuff on top of that. To make sure, because it's easier for me to think in angles on paper. When I do digital, I have to use like way more brain power to like you know. Was that head you did a while ago? Was that the head that you animated? No, this is a different one. Like I have no like conception of what the flowers are gonna be like, except like this is like the only kind of flower that I can like think of. I'm not really sure like what, as far as gardening, like what people put in their gardens. I know they do flowers, right? But like I guess, see, the thing is, I'm the kind of person that I enjoy being perpetually online. It's not like I never feel the need to like take a break from it. I just love it. I saw it beside the bee. It's animated as well. Oh yeah, that one we're just doing little things with little legs. Dirt, water, little things with little legs. Yeah, the one I did in there is I just quickly I just sort of threw that together just to kind of give myself an idea of scale and how things were, you know what I mean? Like that's just more of a quick kind of see, and then I can do, it's easier for me to think because like I can do like this side of the plant like kind of like this. See, and the stem will go this way. And I don't know. I do feel like it's easier to think of designs on paper a little bit, for me at least. let's see what kind of other flowers we have. So is this a flower like garden, or is this like a garden with like, I don't know, like other plants kind of stuff? Because I know there's like different kind of gardens where people will like grow their own tomatoes or whatever. I did that one year, but it was just in a corner of my yard. It was not very depends on what you look at. Most of my social media is about quantum and shit. Oh, sorry, I thought you were Jipochi. I'm like, oh, that doesn't sound like Jipochi at all. Yeah, mine is basically like pretty dark memes. It's like once your friends send you, like once your military friends send you dark memes, like that'll be a part of it. But yeah, for the most part, my algorithm is like memes and art. Literally, that's it. I never have anything outside of that because that's all I click on. So Ayrton, what kind of garden is this? Is this gonna be like just flowers, or are we gonna have like other? I just need like more ideas. Like I'm like I don't know what to put in a because I don't have garden experience. I need to like think of like like what am I like the context of like what I'm thinking of. Just like various flowers, because I can only think of like one flower. Just flowers, really, as far as I'm braining. guess scarecrows are more like for farms, not really gardens, but... I think that's what my friends are liking too. Lol, I'd rather delete my account than block one by one. See, for me, if I don't want to look at Instagram, I just don't turn it on. And then when I'm ready to go look at memes, I've never had like a need to delete, kind of thing. It's... Sorry for the yawn. It's coming at me. I've been drinking a lot of melatonin. I think it's been helping me sleep, but I can't quite tell. Because like sometimes I'll drink that stuff or whatever, and then like I feel like I get a great night of sleep, but then like 2 nights later it's like same thing, but like the sleep isn't that good. So I'm like, maybe it was a fluke. I don't know. What you drinking? Oh, make a private one for scrolling. Yeah, but then I gotta change emails and I gotta like that's one more email that I want to keep track of. I just have my one, and then another one that Google's told me they're gonna shut down because I don't use it. That's what I'm gonna do if I ever do art again. I have locked private Insta. I'm just cleansing. What you drinking? I have Instagrams. Yeah, I'm too lazy. I'm just... I don't know, maybe we can have like a little scarecrow as like a turret or whatever, like a specialized turret or something. I think that would be kind of fun, like a little beak on it or something. Make a little character like that. I just think that would be fun. Just to have like more differentiation, like, so it's not just like flowers and stuff. Are we gonna have phases of like are we gonna have phases of the flower growth? Like when you plant one and it starts to grow and develop, is it gonna go through stages? I don't feel like scarecrows do anything to bugs though. Alright, we don't have to have that in there. We want to keep things like based in reality, since we got gnomes and zombies, and we don't want to get too weird. And we can have stages, but you'd have to draw more. Well, we could like do a something like it's plant it, and then once it's ready to grow, it does an animation basically into the growth sort of version of it. It's not realistic so much, but more like logical. Gotcha. Like, I'm just trying to think outside the box of like just having flowers in the field. You know, there's something like differentiate because I don't want to have like 4 different very similar flowers like in Magic games. Even though Magic isn't real, you still have a Magic system that makes theoretical sense. You know, no, I totally get you. That Scarecrow looks dope. I get what you're saying. I'm just trying to think of something. You're in charge of the art direction, but the lore is the bees used to help pollinate the plants. The lore is the bees used to pollinate the plants, and gnomes need plants. Now the bees are infected with a parasite and are trying to kill the gardens. You gotta research on flowers. Like if you wanted Rose could hold a Rose machine gun in a humanoid sort of form. Can we like not make the machine gun like a rose shaped thing? Bunasi looking like a muscle guy would be something. Alright, I gotta look up what a Bunasi is. I feel like I'm not gonna like it though. Like I feel like this is... Hold on, what is Bunasi? Where did he write that? Where is the word Bunasi? I could have swore... Like a bonsai tree? a cactus would be good. Some little palm trees that could be trebuchet loading up some lemons, could be thrown at bees. Gotta have a lemon bush tree for that. Cactus that shoots up spikes from moving games. Trebuchet exactly. Japochi's in the right brain length. Also, since I deleted my Insta, you can contact me in Discord if you need something. Are you on my... Well, about healing, I'm guessing such creatures know magic, so I guess some healing potions are okay. No need to come from plants. As I grow up, I think a story from some reason kid peed on an anthill, and let's just say some of the ants played a prank on him. about healing. I'm guessing some creatures know magic, so I guess some health potions are okay. No need to come from plants. In the Philippines, there's a myth that if you pee in a random tree trunk without saying tabi poo, means respectfully saying, can you please move away? If you don't say, the gnomes will punish you. As I grew up, I just think a story from some random kids peed on an anthill. Let's just say that a team of ants played a prank on him. I think the gnome is going to be somewhere in the area of... Where's the game? I think the gnome is going to be kind of... Like, gnomes are pretty small. Kind of like the same size as this guy. Maybe like 1/3 bigger. I don't know. Like, maybe like... I don't have a super definitive idea yet, but I kind of like the way the size of this character kind of looks. And things of that nature. So kind of like this, maybe like slightly bigger than this is the gnome size. I'm thinking right now. Looks nice. I'm guessing that trees are saplings. I'm guessing the trees are saplings. Don't trees produce saplings? Baby trees? Oh wait, I forgot to turn the... suggest like giant blade of grass would be good. I don't know how accurate you want it to be. Like for cutting the bees or whatever. Oh, thank you, Gross. Appreciate the let me do shout out. How was your stream, man? Thank you for the follow. ACE Gaming Girl, appreciate the follow. Stream was good. I did one really good drawing and a bunch of smaller crappy drawings too. I'll play guitar and sang some people too. It was nice. I sang for some people. Oh yeah, I have zero musical talent, so I don't do that. I think I definitely want to animate this kind of plant flower thing. I kind of like this concept, whether it's going to shoot an orb or something or have a tongue. I like this kind of... Saying, gang, I missed it. Don't worry, there's always the channel point redeem, so people will redeem it again. I really like these designs. Thanks, man. And I'm just kind of starting to sketch something for the game, like kind of go through some ideas. I kind of like this guy right here. We'll put one of these in there, just like a sort of a typical flower. Maybe a couple of, you know, I don't know, this or that. I think I had seen the bee design before. I like the way you imply motion with the wings. I think the bee animation and stuff, I really like the way, if we go to the bee, go to the animation player, I like the death animation. I think turned out really well. All of this kind of stuff. Oh wait, I didn't go to the other scene. Oh no, I did. But yeah, that's the bee animation. I like that. You know, the attack and all that. But yeah, when you notice when it dies, like when it lands on its back, the wings stop moving, and then the down state left, when it's in a down state waiting to be butchered, it's kind of like trying to get up, kind of thing. Oh wow, you're doing all sorts of stuff. Yeah, I'm doing this is for the game, like, and that these designs too are just sort of brainstorming for games. So we'll go back here. you do these drawings from imagination? I'm trying to start doing that. Yeah. Yeah, I do from imagination. Thank you for the follow, the mental thank you. The mental gecko. Thank you. Appreciate the follow. me some beer while the music is playing is giving bar vibes. Yeah, it's more fun that way. That way, in my opinion. Oh, drawing from imagination. I think I'm more naturally adapted to it. I actually don't enjoy other things as much.
Right
I
sheet,
like
and you want to take.
I like to draw
So
from
basically we
imagination
have-
primarily.
I think I'll scale them down a touch as well, because we've got.
Alright, I'm at 5 hours. I'm gonna go get food and all that kind of stuff. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll raid you out because there's 6 people in here. Have fun eating. Thanks, man. I will see you tomorrow. Or I'll be back tomorrow. Doesn't mean you'll be here, but I'll be back.